Hello, hello. I have no idea how to say that name. I don't. Oh. How would I pronounce that? But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I owe you 5 push-ups here. Let me let's get that face cam going. Wait, we gotta move that out of the way. We give push-ups for follows around here to show our appreciation. And so I stay in shape. Game should be starting soon. Go up over to this one. You know, I realized I gotta make sure that I'm not on this one when we're going through the leaderboards once there's points up. Otherwise, can't see anything on the right-hand side. Unknown champions. Mulan. Yeah. They're in the Tekken division today, so we won't get to see too much of them, but hopefully they'll be able to make their way right up to the top of the leaderboard so we can see them next week. That's the hope, anyways. I don't think Witty is here, so that team's gonna stay at the bottom. Last I checked, they didn't. Check in anyway. Maybe they have at this point. I don't have Instagram, Alessa. I have Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. Maybe I have an Instagram. I don't know. If I have an Instagram, I don't know what it... I haven't used it. Thank you. We do our best. See, what time is it? We probably got like another 3 minutes until it's time for games. No stats yet. Dude, I haven't updated my spreadsheet. I had a spreadsheet going with players that were doing really, really good every day and everything. Solds was dominating for the first few weeks. It's kind of crazy, actually. But curious to see how the tournament's gonna go. Gotta... So... day 1, it's gonna be 55, Athletes of Christ, Bestia, Copenhagen Wolves, Duel, Euphorix 10, Furia, Last Breath, New Gen All-Stars, No Way, Pest Control, Rock, Team Falcons, Team Liquid, Toyo, and What It Takes. Nice. You found the YouTube. We also only go on YouTube for casting streams, mainly to save the VODs somewhere easier. We don't do it with my personal streams because I've got copyrighted for watching sports highlights, which is incredulous, I feel like. So who's in day 2? Day 2, you have Affinity, Chapinski's, Elector, I Am Bolivia, Injected, Rent-Free, Team Fate, and Tempest, and then day 3 you have AKA, Dots, Dream 1, 4-0, and Nevermind. I don't think there's a single... Well, I mean, there's some teams that I don't know. I don't know I Am Bolivia or Injected. I don't know who's on those teams. Euphorix 10. Last Breath. And I feel like I probably would recognize some of the names on the teams. I just don't know who it is. Severo! Hello, hello. Could just be... What? We're at 6 teams, so... Could just be a minute or two away from starting up. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to run an ad before everything started. So, oh well. There's going to be an ad that randomly runs in the middle of the first match. But hopefully it doesn't cause too many problems. I don't think it would, but... who knows? Also... with that last follow, we're up to 996. We're 4 away from me having to uphold my promise of dancing on stream. Oh goodness. Gotta think about it a little bit too. Gotta clean this room a little bit. It's a wee bit messy in here. Six seconds away from the start in this one. The audio's not up at all. There we go. We caught it before we were too far. Too far away. Let's see. Hot drop maybe towards Ferry Pier. We'll see. do as well. I think most of these teams made it into the first America's series, but I don't remember seeing Aura. So unless they joined under a different team name, there is no Aura here. Interesting. Go for Fun were eliminated. What? Did the rest of Kill for Fun not join, so then he had to... I don't know exactly what happened there, but... happened nonetheless. We do have a little bit of a hot drop over here in Boatyard between Caution and Toyo. Which surprises me because I believe Caution was the team that could have potentially hot dropped 55 down towards Ferry Pier. So instead they're going up against Toyo. And 55 is in a much better position because of it, because that's a military island zone right there, if I've ever seen one. Jan Gordo. Bakeson right outside, trying to peek his head around. Get any info he can. So if he really wanted to, yeah, I was gonna say, he can make it in here. I think he can make it over to... He heard a door open. Solds is ready to go in. Solds, you just gotta remember that you can't jump through. That's a blue zone, gonna push him right back to the very edge. Ooh, good nade there. But Gordao is very much prepared for it. Has the angle to avoid anything. They know he's in here, and they are just fishing with this util. Almost all the players already over here, so now that they know there's one up on the hill, they know they have the man advantage for sure. Only one person in here. Emmy gonna be the first one to go through, going for the shots, and it's Fakeson with a little bit of covering fire. Oyo gonna get the first kill back here after a couple week-long break. Now we got Alka, Little Swee, Bragagnolo. Brag or Nalo? Which one do we think is more fun to say? Probably Nalo, right? Ooh, Karak could be in trouble, but he takes down Haven, getting shot in the back through the vehicle. LFP1 jumped in, got taken down, and Karak has two already. Waiting for his teammates to make it over here. Makes it into the bathroom. He's taken down as Tony takes down the door. Then finds him for the kill. Rest of his team, unfortunately, not close enough. I think 55, they got a little bit overzealous in how much space they thought they'd have. Tavon was definitely spotted out, or heard, as the members of Athletes of Christ were sitting in the building, and that's a good headshot onto Tavon. Looks like Gabaru gonna take off from here. Doesn't want to stick around too much. 55, they lost their player, and I think they're just gonna abandon that compound. Might go for a surround, take down a couple of tires, but Athletes of Christ, if 55 backs off quickly, then they'll be able to kind of spread out anyways before the rest of the teams get over here, but it won't be for very long, because we do see other teams starting to make it onto the island. 4-0, they're coming down on the southern side from that ferry. Rock is already onto the island. Duel is on one of the bridges. Pest Control, they took an E pickup, and Aura is going to do the same thing right after. Slowed back down. Who are you guys looking forward to in the playoff format for the America series? Do we think anyone from the day 3 group is going to be able to make it in? Do we think it's going to be all locked out by the day 1 and day 2 teams? 5-game shootout, so I feel like there's a lot of room for variability. Getting shot at. Looks like one of their players picked up a vehicle and immediately got shot at afterwards. I do think I need to turn this up. Just a little bit. K-Mind, Ram, and Conf for pest control. Ooh, Arv getting shot in the back. Takes a lot of damage from K-Mind, sitting on 1 hit point. Does make it out of there. Oh, am I crazy? Is the volume good? Like it sounds a little low compared to usual. Definitely a few stutters here and there on the stream. Doesn't look like they're on my side. I haven't dropped any frames. It's always what I'm afraid of, dropping frames. It looks like Tayson also going to be able to take an E-pickup, so that's 3 E-pickups already taken. Dual have made it onto the military island side of the bridge at this point, so AKA going to be the next ones that have to make it across. Rock trying to take a little bit of space, no way. Right there, Sparking just trying to shoot him off a little bit. He only has a hollow on that Dragonov. Not the most useful, and he moves away from the spot that he was. Can he be seen there by Slabby? Slabby gets overzealous at all and peeks around just a little bit. He will be spotted so quickly. Does seem like we're sticking with the Bestia in black over towards the right-hand side of our screen. That's a headshot. Sparking may only have a hollow, but he is making it holler. Great shots. The Copenhagen Wolves slowly taking their time. Caution, it looks like they found themselves an E-pickup. The Wolves can stay up towards the north for a little while longer if they want to. If they send it off at just the right spot, they'd be able to pick themselves up a crate on their swim over. Or they can go to either bridge if they feel like it. Bestia is coming in from Novo, so they would have to deal with them, but besides that, there's no one over towards the eastern side of the bridge, while over here on the west, you have Duel, you have Aura, Pest Control's a little bit farther down. You'll pull the other way, it looks like 4-0 is kind of going that way. There's no real safe spots. You can try and pull right up on Iroh, since he's alone in that compound right now. Could be pretty risky. Copenhagen Wolves, they're looking across right now. Trying to see what they can spot. Little Blazer. Right along the hillside near Sharpshot. Danny gets the knock onto Sharpshot. And Blazer is coming straight up the side of the hill to try and get the confirm. onto the player. Does he know there's going to be another one? He takes Wooly down. Kane from the other hillside trying to get some shots, but Blazer gets his confirms and backs right off as Pest Control take down a couple on 4-0. I'll be excited to finally see some of these players playing up against all the others that we've been seeing for the past 5 weeks in scrims. I think that's the exciting part. How much of a difference is there between the scrims players and these players? Okay, so I'm buffering. On the YouTube part. That's what I'm struggling with right now. What's going on with my computer? Causing the YouTube lag behind. Besides my stream, there shouldn't be anything else going on here right now. Iro driving in the vehicle. Looks like he may have been able to pick up the teammates' chips and either brings them over to Ferry Pier or maybe the 12-pack. We'll see what he decides on. Goes halfway across the bridge and it looks like he actually turned around. Maybe deciding it wasn't worth it. Ace on, they're right below Pippa and the rest of Bestia. 2v2 right now. Shots go out. Frogman takes down one in the nade from Pippa. Takes down the other. 2 quick kills and the rest of Tayson further inside of the military base. These 2 players should be able to just hop in the vehicle, rotate wherever they want. We go right back up towards the north. And Copenhagen Wolves, I see no reason. What is Iro doing? I am kind of confused by the play from Iro. So he went across the bridge, and then he came back. And now 4-0 are kind of going back towards where Iro's going now. And Kane is in a completely different spot. I don't know what Duel's game plan is right now. I'd love to try and figure it out, but I just can't quite... Iro's got to be going for the res here, but why didn't he go for the 12-pack or Ferry Pier res? Why is he going down here instead? Howazine, the knock on to K-Mind, and now 55 gonna get their 2 cents in. Shots going out all the different angles, and Tavon and Gabru take down the other 2, and Pest Control get eliminated in 15th. Just a little bit unfortunate on the rotation there as Alka takes down the remaining players on Tayson. We've lost 3 teams, down to just 13. Toil, they're coming in over on this eastern bridge well later than a lot of the other teams, but they'll have a hillside that they're going to be able to play Team Quesito. They can go down into the hills below. Holy! What? 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 50 tier 1 subs from Martin. What the heck? What just happened? Oh my god, thank you so much. That's crazy. Holy. That's straight to a tier 8 hype train. Holy guacamole. Murillo getting shot in the back by Benya, trying to push over here towards Caution. Oh my god, and then he subscribed himself. What a guy. Martin, thank you so much. That's insane, Lil Swee with the nade onto Murillo. Now Vinny gonna try and throw it forward and get the kill steal away. Numbers of caution coming right over here, so you're gonna have a three-way fight going on for about 20 seconds as the last member of 4-0 is probably gonna go down to the blue zone. Bestia and Caution right up against it, with Team Quesito going to be blocking their way into zone. If Rock goes up onto the hillside, then these teams are going to be completely cornered out. But I think Caution, they're at least backing up for a second as we have a fight over here between No Way and 55 Glock Gabru. The only two remaining, and a little bounce shot there from Glock to take down DNL. Holy. Right, well, we made it to a level 9 hype train. Now we're gonna see shots go out. Doesn't connect with the head and only hits one bullet overall. Santasso probably wanted more out of that, but he does have an MG3 and AKA are gonna have to make their way through here. Just hit one bullet onto that one, and it's a headshot to take down Danchin. Did spot him between the downed vehicles, but doesn't look like he's gonna be able to get the flush just yet. And now it's Alka to take down Lips. Lil Sweet takes down Dark Castle, and AKA just getting held out on their rotation. They were stuck in the blue zone for a little while. They're gonna try and go around Caution, but that's gonna put them right into either Bestia or Team Quesito. You can't forget about Sweezy on 4-0 still over there. So Alka on this rock, gonna get naded here by Bestia. Good first nade with Frogman's follow-up. Get the finish onto Alka. And now Caution making their way over here in the Dune Buggy. One player almost down. Now he is, as Pippa takes down the other, and Caution get cleaned up just like that. Frogman going down to Sparking. So Rock got an angle to do a little bit of damage. Like the insta-res gonna come out. Should be straight back into a 4-man. They gotta be careful of Team Quesito possibly creeping down. And those two solos that you have lurking in the blue zone. But that's Aura pulling up onto Duel. Kane takes down one, takes down a second. As Seifu got a flush onto R. Kane. You're going to want to get the flushes onto these players as Snakers takes you down. You try and get down below, and Wooly tried to get over here before you were flushed out. But down you go. Iro on the hillside, maybe going to look for an angle towards Copenhagen Wolves. Give some covering fire as they get back up to a 3-man. But Iro was able to get the res onto Wooly and Sharpshot. Now they're able to pick up a couple of kills. Besides the one Copenhagen Wolves took away. That nade right into Vinny's face. Doesn't end up getting the knock, but the follow-up could if it goes far enough. Was it cooked too long? Just a little bit. Santasco's follow-up does get it as Benya got the knock onto Sparking. You have Santasco with the MG3. A little bit far of a spray, but these players know how to handle the recoil. RBN gets the knock onto Pippa. 2 players down, and that is Sweezy coming in from the blue zone to take down Benya. And it's the snake in the grass that finishes off Bestia. Team Quesito have decided to make their way over here, see if they can get involved. RBN getting shot from the Wolves, who have made a hard rotate from one side of the zone down to the other. That nade a little bit short onto RBN. The follow-up from Flood is good, and that one's going for the flush. Kawazine returns one of his own onto Flood. Now it's back into a 3v3 as Vox hits the headshot onto Santasco. But from behind, there's even more damage being done. Kawazine takes down Seifu with another nade and takes out the MK14, but he can't hit the final shot, and Vox is able to take him down. The Rez is trying to come out onto RBN. Now we do see the res onto one player, Cowzine. I don't think that res is going to be able to come out. They are going for it, though. They are just out in the open. All it takes is one person peeking around, and Sparking goes down to Bran, and that was the player with more health. RBN, the long-range 3x spray, is able to get him, but it's Vox, the snake again, stabbing in the back as soon as the opportunity presents itself, and Bran does finish off Cowzine. So Rock, I mean, getting bombarded by Copenhagen Wolves, who were able to get back up to a 3-man. Now Gabru with the nade towards the smoke. Good bounce. A little bit far away. If it was a little bit more to the right, might have been able to get the knock. More smokes going out, and Gabru is just pushing over here, trying to avoid the prying eyes of Athletes of Christ. He does hear a little bit. Does the nade? No, not cooked for long enough yet after he took down Wooly. He's able to get out of there, so 55 take down another team, and we only have 5 teams remaining that all look pretty healthy. You have 2 3-mans, and the rest are a full 4-man. Copenhagen Wolves sitting on 6 kills. Snakers with 3 of them. I feel like I heard a mortar, but I didn't hear an explosion. Weird. Maybe a Panzer just floating past. Never to be seen again. Dude, I'm still like blown away by those 50 gifted. I don't even know how to react. I would have to do 510 if we did 10 push-ups for every single gifted sub right there. I don't think I could do those all today. So those are going to be an overtime thing that we're going to slowly get done. As, oh, 55, they're just pulling right up on Copenhagen Wolves, and Gabru got thrown by the vehicle right there, and he doesn't even get a chance to fight. The other player right behind the tree, very low health. The nade comes out, doesn't find anything. Now Glock going to try and get a return nade. Throw down a couple of smokes. Wish we would have got a little bit better of a close-up on that vehicle, just throwing them around. Glock, he's just using that first aid. He's going to try and get into a spot where he can actually take this fight. This is going to be a 1v3. The smoke's coming out so he can slowly see more and more. He did spot one on the tree, so that comes out. Goes a little bit too far, but the Molotov throws it a little bit short, and it's just Vox right behind the rock to take him down. And now shots going towards Athletes of Christ from Toyo. They've already taken down 2 players. They have taken a knock themselves. Looks like Tony's going to try and get the flush onto that. They only have 1 kill, and Tony doesn't know where these players are. He sees the edge of Snakers now. Isn't able to find anything. The Molotov goes forward. Is it going to be able to confirm that kill? Or are they going to get back up as a 4-man? Turn this into a 4v3v3 with Team Quesito and Copenhagen Wolves already right next to each other and more likely to fight each other, leaving the game to fall right into Toyo's hands. Figure out how you want to take this one. Copenhagen Wolves, they sent Snakers forward earlier. Can he get the opening knock? No! He misses just the final bullet that he would have needed, but that player didn't move too far, and he goes down to the nade. If you get taken down that low, these players are going to know that you're going to be going for a heal right away. So you gotta try and give yourself some space. And it's Anubis from the side. He takes down one, going for the shots, but it's Seifu to take him down in return. Robert, the last player left on Team Quesito, and Toyo, they're just gonna take as much space as possible with this opening. Copenhagen Wolves, you gotta try and get Vox back up on his feet and take down this last player without taking too much damage, and it's a double headshot from Robert, returned by Seifu, but it's only one player up on each side, and Toyo, they are hungry for these kills. They are closing in slowly, swarming around, and it's the nade from Solds. It finds two. And now there's only one player that remains, as Anubis does finally go down. Emmy just sprinting forward, trying to find this player. Low helmet, low vest. So if this had been a long, drawn-out fight, it would have been a lot. But Emmy takes down the last player, and Toyo with 8 kills gets the first win of the day. Great job to them, but Copenhagen Wolves, 10 kills. They fought tooth and nail all throughout that match, and they were winning their fights. They almost got eliminated there by Rock. So some timely intervention from Team Quesito did help them out in the end. Toyo was able to become the victors after all the fighting. We're going to go to a quick break and then start doing some push-ups. Holy. Let's get this going. Then. Oh, is that going to go through all of them? We're going to want to mute that if it does. Okay. I think I turned off notifications. The dings. Okay. We don't hear dings, but we're going to start doing some push-ups. And we're going to do our best to keep track of everything that's going on. Oh, you know, we got the leaderboard first, though. Let's look at the leaderboard after game 1. You got Toyo in first, Copenhagen Wolves in second, and 55 in third, with Team Quesito in fourth. Rock, Bestia following it up with 6 points. Athletes of Christ in 5, and Caution following up, rounding out our top 8. Okay. So we're just gonna kind of start doing push-ups, and I'm gonna do however many I can right now. Before I get tired. And we'll do that for every single break today, and then we'll do a little bit more right at the end. Oh. That's 30. And that already killed me. Holy. Oh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that too much. Holy, this is gonna be a long time till I get these 500 done. Oh my god. Oh. Well, I did have that all set up so I'd stay in shape, and man, oh man. Am I gonna be staying in shape doing these 500 push-ups over the next few days? No, it's 510. We gotta get, like, a counter up. Let's, X. Code is 510, but we just did 30. So I had 480. We currently... Oh, no! No! No, more follows! Okay. Oh my god. You want your 5? No! Even more! There's 50! Oh my goodness! We're back up to 500. Oh no. Oh no, we're just so much more. Oh no. 500. We're up to 510. I appreciate all the follows, guys. This also puts us up and over 1,000. Which means that I also owe everyone a dance on stream that we're gonna have to vote for at some point. So I gotta try and put together some dances that you guys can vote on. Yeah, I will. Oh my god, that's another 5. Oh, we got 10. 10 more. Okay. Alright, 15 more. Okay, we got 20 seconds. We're gonna try and pump out a few more. Oh, I'm struggling already. Huh. Okay. So we just knocked off another 15. Oh. Right. We gotta... Yeah. This is gonna last a while. Okay. Turn that off. Let's hop back to this. Get this going. Wait. This. Okay. Oh no, there's more follows. Thank you so much, everyone that's been following. Okay. Nope. 520. Thank you guys so much, Smear Zero. You are awesome. Thank you so much. As we get right back into it, it does look like we're gonna have another hut drop between Caution and Toyo Solds trying to chase down Nalo, and does find him to get the knock. Oh my god, you guys are awesome. Alright, 7 bullets is all that Solds has left. He's got to pick up this M16 before the rest of Caution gets over here, and the other team members for Toyo probably need to rush over here pretty quick. Swap to that UMP, possibly. You have a little bit more ammo with that. Like he did. We heard the reload happen. Oh. All those notifications going to continue to flow in for a little while. Thank you guys so much. It looks like Capitan and Emmy are trying to do a little sneaky rotate there, swimming in the water. Oh, okay. My goodness. Probably get some like actual water rather than this random soda that I'm drinking right now as well. Ooh, looks like over here Iraq may have gotten a little bit too close to kill for fun. Weren't here for the first match as Emmy takes down Alka. Couple of headshots and down he went. So now Solds has been able to push forward. I mean, Toyo, they're just taking this very cleanly. Capitan, he goes down to 1 headshot, so he's got to play a little bit more careful. Maybe a little bit more of an info gathering role right now. Just fakes in. Doing something similar. He's got a cheeky little angle there to see plenty of space. So Toyo, they're just going to slowly constrict around this. But the longer they fight for, the less loot they're going to have. And with them being in zone, you're going to see a lot of other teams kind of start to get around this area. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to try and go somewhere to get loot afterwards. They might be able to go to like ruins as a secondary loot spot pretty soon after this. Looks like 55. They lost that one earlier, and they have 1 player in Roz, and then 2 players down into D&B. As it looks like we're gonna have a fight here between Copenhagen Wolves and 4-0. Vox on the edge. Murillo, after his teammate baited Vox out, gets the knock, gets the flush. Now Seifu doing some good damage, but doesn't get any knock. And they are losing players, making this a lot more difficult for them. Murillo now hopping into the building. Seifu does find Lyle and trying to go for more before he jumps out the window. He does get a second, but it's Sweezy to come through the smoke and take him down. Gaper from somewhere, though, gets him through the building, through the smoke. And there's only 1 player up on 4-0, so if people know where they were and have a good read on that by watching the kill feed, they're going to be able to push right up onto that and cause some serious problem. That's a huge smoke right there, because that's going to allow them to cross without Lil Sui being able to see them, which is the player that they would have actually had some trouble with. Now the nade goes out, finds only a little bit of damage. Capitan and the rest of Toyo moving forward. 3 up against 1 right here, and Emmy with the headshot from the AK takes down 1. Lil Sui, though, finds the knock, tries to get the flush to at least get the point, because he knew he was not going to be able to take down the rest before he went down. Unfortunately, not able to. Emmy gets back up on his feet, and Toyo start the match off with 4 kills. Yeah, I need to start learning Portuguese so I can really start talking to everyone and talk to like Smear Zero and everything. Just gotta find the time to do it. I know there's definitely a few people that come in here from his chat from time to time too. So I really want to be able to interact with them more. But nobody pounced on 4-0 after they took a lot of damage. So they're going to be able to get right back up. Oh, Tayson out in the open was one of their members, but Bran only hits one of the headshots. Good headshot on that running player now, and he's just going to cause some problems for 4-0, do a little bit of damage to their helmets and vests. See if he can maybe get an opening knock somewhere. Ooh. Let's see. Everything's kind of quieted down here. You know what that means? When it's nice and quiet like this, we should just, like, pump out a few more push-ups real quick. Right. 10 more push-ups real quick. Alright. Well, my arms are gonna be so dead after this one. I'm gonna walk into work tomorrow and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, guys. Can't feel my arms at all. Definitely gonna need some water. I'm gonna change the color of this text too. I feel like you still can't really see that either. I don't know if there's gonna be a good color. But like hot pink. I don't think there's a really great color. We'll just go with the blue since it matches the theme a little bit better. Oh. Yeah. Martin's incredible. We got a lurking and escaping boy. Jariba. Enjoy that escaping. Alright, looks like Pest Control a 3-man again. As that's an interesting zone shift. We had a lot of people down to the south, not very many up to the north. Pest Control, no way. They're going to be real happy with their decisions early on. Duel, they have at least one player over there, so now they just have to get the other ones. We'll take a few shots from Tayson on their way by. The Duel gonna make it over there. Iroh, he's probably gonna spot out the members of No Way right now. Know that it's not gonna be an option rock. They're just on the side of the hill here, taking some shots over towards Athletes of Christ, and that's a knock on Tofana. He was trying to decide, did he want to go right, did he want to go left? He tried to go back to the left after being right in the middle of it. Up in a bad spot. Team Quesito now going to be taking some shots over here, and it's Robert to take down Haven. He's been the star of the show for Team K-Cedo so far. Every time I see it, he seems to be the one on the kill feed for Team K-Cedo. The other members definitely going to want to get over here to support him, though, because it's going to be Tony and LFP1 that are pushing their way over towards him. Triple X going down into the dip where they killed the other player. Robert is spotted out. Shots fly, but nothing is found. So now they're going to immediately back off and go towards Triple X, as both these players for Team K-Cedo are a little bit separated out. Triple X taking a lot of shots. Return nade from Triple X. He takes down one, and now the shots go out. Tony does take him down after getting taken down to about half. Should be able to get the flush. Robert, where is he? He's going to be able to get up and over this hillside. No, it looks like he's been taken down low by a different team. Potentially Rock, who filled in behind their previous position. As we hop over to a fight between Aura and 55 PD. The shots not connecting with the ace from Glock 4 bullets, and that is not going to be enough to take down Aura. 55 get eliminated. Honestly, the ace is probably my least favorite gun anyways, as it looks like Robert has been taken down. Two solos over here. Could be surrounded by a few different teams. Tayson, Bestia, Rock, all should have some sort of angle towards that. There is a couple of dips that these teams can use, and Bran, like he's still hunting for this member. That's a good nade from Tony. He's going to try and step up and over this. Here's Bran walking around, but it's Benya that takes him down. We hop over towards AKA. Looks like Toyo had done some damage. They did get a knock onto one player. Can't find anything on the retreating ones. Fakeson. You gotta be careful how far you push. You only have a bike, so if they decide to stop for a second, they can spray you off of that really quick. Right. So, game plan for this next intermission. I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna come back. We'll do a few more push-ups. We gotta get that number down from 510. Kill for fun, they were over at No Lean up to the north, so they're just kind of coming in real quick. It looks like Rez coming out for... I don't actually know who. Toyo, maybe? Yes, Rez coming out for Toyo. They're going to be able to get back up to a 4-man. Not a lot of spots in zone for loot, though, so you're going to have to either take one away from someone else, or you're going to have to get a knock and a flush to get your teammate some gear. Pest control, they're going to be in on the edge, right where Toyo wants to come in from. K-Mind a little bit separated out from the other two members of Pest Control, but, I mean, Joshi and Karam, I think they could hold off pretty well. 4-0, they have to finally leave their compound Aura. They're going to have to make some sort of rotate in, as it looks like Bestia went all the way up around the lake to the north, but Kill for Fun and AKA are already over there. Shots do come out from Rock. I'd be happy to stay right here, but the question is, where does this next zone pull to? Like Bestia deciding that they want to try and take this fight towards the rocks. They're going to be running straight towards Kill for Fun. Bolty does come out. They know that there is at least one over here. Do they know that there's multiple? They have a 2-2 split going. Meanwhile, Bestia have a 3-1 split. Oh, Rock, they take them down. Clean shots go out. Leo, he finds 2. He tries to go around the Rock, do what he can, and he finds Vinny. That's a 3rd player knocked. Leo finds 3. Now there's only 1 player left on Bestia. And he's inside the no-lean compound. We have a tough fight between Tayson and 4-0. Moving forward, Murillo goes down from behind Zente. Takes down Sweezy, and 4-0 get mopped up with hardly a say towards Tayson. Lopes. If you hit a shot from there, that would have been crazy. Tony, the troll, under the bridge. Come around too much and they're gonna know you're there. Rock, they're gonna pull around this bridge. They're also gonna try and live, not really underneath it, but right alongside the rocks. There's a decent little divot that they can kind of play from. Question is, when does Tony take shots over towards RBN? Because I feel like at some point he's gonna have to. Because he doesn't want to get spotted by RBN. Kill for fun, they're coming down off the rocks, and it looks like they may stay with a little bit of a split as well. Tony hops back into the water. Pest control. They're rotating towards the north. They're just gonna have to be aware that AKA might be able to shoot them in the back if they do that. RBN. He's over here, but Gaper saw Tony and took his head off. Pest control. They're pulling up into a dip right next to No Way. And that's Joshy with a knock onto Lopes. He was trying to poke his head a little bit too far out. Pest control in a spot where they can really capitalize off of any overpeaks from No Way. The nade's going to be going out. Probably going to be missing just a little bit. Like they already picked him up and moved him from the spot where he got knocked. And RBN's just over there like, you know, I don't mind this free loot. We're just gonna take it and go, you know? Thanks for getting that kill earlier. We appreciate it. Leo has been taken down, and he should be able to get flushed out here in a second by RBN. This Wizzy Tower is completely open, and I'm surprised that no one's taken it at all. RBN just punching him out. I don't know if he just didn't want to waste any ammo or what, but that's a whole new body, so you're gonna have plenty of ammo to use. Rock, they've made it all across onto this side of the zone now. Tayson, they're gonna be in a pretty good spot. Duel, they have a 2-1 split going. Pest control in on the edge. No Way are gonna be able to keep their building in for a little while longer. That gas station gonna hold out just a bit. Now, we've slowed down a little bit again. Waiting for things to pop off, and it looks like AKA pushing on to No Way is where it's going to happen, but it's Gui that takes down Lips on AKA Dark Castle. Going for some long-range bolty shots. RBN does get a knock onto K-Mind. Pest control in the spot, or they should be able to get that pretty easily. Dark Castle goes down to Slabby and AKA. Only have one player left, the nade. Gonna go down towards the res. Does 3 damage, and 3 damage only. So that's not gonna be enough for a knock, but the follow-up from Lopes finds 2. Now No Way trying to find the angle on to kill for fun. Is Slabby coming out here for this drop? He's got 3 gear getting shot off from Lopes, and Slabby finish off champion. Down goes Kill for Fun, trying to rotate on that bike. It was worth a shot, but it was always going to be a long shot. We can finally turn the notifications back on. Duel, it looks like they're going to push themselves right up near Toyo. Slabby, he got the 3 gear and stuff, but now he's just stuck out in the blue zone. Pest Control doing a 2-1 split. Joshy and K-Mind going to be trying to hold out members of No Way as Karam gives just covering fire. Oh. Slabby finally goes down to the blue zone. I just burped a little bit there and it felt so good. Oh, Lopes getting shot in the side. Joshy finds him on the edge of the smoke, not able to find the flush as he disappears into it. Now there's only 1 player left on No Way. Pest Control, they're going to be able to play this ridge line on this side of the zone unless Rock sends it over here before them. Karam, you got beat to the punch. Rock, they're going to chase you down. They have 3 players in that vehicle. Karam goes down. K-Mine, Joshy trying to return fire, but they haven't found anything yet. More shots go out. K-Mine goes down, and it's only 1 player left. Joshy, do you run away? I don't think there's anywhere to go. Jumping, dodging all of the bullets, and he stays alive. Incredible there, and Sparking makes it over here after getting chased away by Tayson. And now Kawazine going to be coming over here. Damage being done from the blue zone. Joshy goes down to it. Rock, they're up to 10 kills. There is still 1 other player over here by the gas station. Is Rock aware that DNL is still alive on this side of the street? Takes in. Shot on Kawazine to get him to dip down below. Capitan with the suicide takes down Kane. Explosion imminent. As now Faison tries to pull up, but it's the shots from Sharp Shot to take him down back into a 2v2 as we're down to our top 4 teams. And Sparking, he wants to get involved in this. Wooly takes down Emmy. Sharp Shot nade on top of him, and he doesn't go down to it, but he throws a nade in return, takes Solds down low, and it's Sparking to get the final bullet. So Rock getting another point. This duel gonna be penned in here, and if Rock can take them down, take them down cleanly, then it'll be a straight 4v4 up against Tayson. As a couple of blue zones do go out, the util will fly. They're all right on the edge of the building. They're not really going deep into the building. They're not making it through the windows or the doorways. So Wooly and Sharp Shot just going to be able to survive on the other side of the building. So now, you have to worry about overcommitting to this fight, taking a couple of knocks, and then Tayson just being able to punish you. They did leave RBN across the street. Oh, but Tayson, they just get all of the zone. Barking, he's going to try and reposition a little bit. Ooh, they're looking around, trying to figure out where the next team is going to push them from. Rodriguez. Just trying to peek up and over that hilltop. And it looks like Duel, they're going to come straight over this way. The shots, the nade. What is it going to find? Wooly avoids it. And now the shot's in the side. Rodriguez starts it off with a knock. Now there's only one player left. The Molotov goes forward. You got to try and take this fight without getting knocked. Zrise gets hit in the pan, but avoids any more damage. And it is Rock that has to try and push onto this. If they try and push onto one of the two-mans, it'll be good, but it looks like it's just 2v2s on all the side. Sharp shot. Taken down incredibly low. Vehicle blown up. Does it land on him? No. No, he does survive. That doesn't have a blown up vehicle squish him. So I think if Rock really wants to push into this zone, I think they just send all four down here on the low side to try and take this fight. It looks like they're going to stay split up in a 2-on-2. Oh, here we go. They are coming down here. It is going to be a 4v2 on this side of the zone. Meanwhile, a 2v1 on the other side. But Rock, they're going for the winning play. Leaving Sharp Shot alone because they think if they can disarm these two players over here, they'll have more going for them. But the util just not finding anything. The nade coming out from Kawazine over towards the vehicle goes a little bit too far. Only takes a bullet of damage there. We just see nades continue to trade back and forth. Santasco takes down one, but Hidden takes down the other. Sparking takes down Hidden. And now Sharp Shot takes down another member of Tayson, so it's a 1v1v3. The blue zone moving in towards Kawazine. They should be able to pick him up, take him further, but Zrise takes down Sharp Shot. One player left. RBN gonna pull right up to the tree here, and he gets the kill steal. Onto Rodriguez, the shots, and down goes the last member, Rock. 16 kills in the chicken dinner. They lock out the statistic leaderboard. And Sparking, he had 7 kills. Santastico had 5. What a match there from them. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 3. I'm going to start it off by going to grab some water. I will be right back to do a few more push-ups. 481. Well, down to 481, I should say. Out of breath. So what, we've probably done 5. Let's take a quick look. So 510, 520, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 75. 575. Is what we started at. Oh. This pen doesn't work. I wanted to write down how many I started at. Right, where are the rest of my pens? They're all the way back here. Kane, can he connect with the shots? A little bit of an observer glitch there. As Wooly finds the knock onto Leo before getting traded out by Champion. Duel, are you going to commit onto this? You have one player downed over here, but so don't they. Can you try and get any more? Kane behind that tree going for the shots. Good onto Bloods, but not able to get anything more out of it. Iroh. Do anything. Sharp shot. Has been knocked. Kane just gonna move his vehicle over here real quick. Like, put him in the car. And away they go. So unfortunately, they do lose one player. They're gonna have to play most of the rest of this as a 3-man, if not less. I'm really hoping that this zone goes super far down south and we have a hospital ending. I just really still want to see it. But most likely we go back up towards the north a little bit. Towards Ohyang and Kang Nuang. Oh. My goodness. I really do appreciate Smear Zero for always letting me cast this, and then today giving that shout out, getting all those follows and everything. It's really awesome. I do greatly appreciate it. And the production team for allowing me to use their live streams and everything, their feeds, so I can focus more on the casting and don't have to worry as much about any of the camera work. It's super awesome, everything they do and allow me to do for you guys. Like 575 push-ups. We're just shy of doing 100 push-ups so far. And don't imagine we'll get too far over the next couple of days. We're gonna do our best. Tomorrow we're gonna send out the notification with how many push-ups we have left to do. Player drives by Vinny. Doesn't shoot at him at all. Again, you never shoot the first player. Oh, it looks like no way. Are gonna commit over towards this Benya. Do you hit any shots? You only hit a single bullet. Vinny, on the backside of this. When does he have the time to spray? He misses the shots as well. Bestia, they're just not connecting right now. DNL takes down Benya with a couple of headshots. That nade goes out from Vinny. He's not able to find anything. Got to go for the reload. He took that player down so low, but just wasn't able to find the final couple of bullets. And it's going to be no way up against Bestia. This is one of the teams that I just think might be able to really start making something happen against these top teams. And it's a double headshot from Frogman after the nade from Vinny had found Lopes. So it's into a 3v2 all of a sudden. Frogman just got to hit that first aid kit. He has a Panzer that he can use as he goes forward. Pippa on the other side of the street. Frogman does confirm one of the kills. Now Pippa just going to slow it down for a second. They're going to get these heals off. That Panzer. When does it get shot? Who does it find? Oh, it's Gladiator. He was already low health, but he opens the wrong door at the wrong time. And now Vinny here trying to go forward. Side room is one, and he finds Frogman. But Vinny's going to be there for the trade. That nade goes up and over. Can he find any more? As drop shot, and Pippa from the doorway takes down Slabby. In no way get eliminated in 16th. I mean, Bestia, they baited a little bit, but I feel like they were kind of waiting for those last couple of players to rotate by before they took the shots. At the last car, in no way tried to commit to this spot. And Bestia, they lose one player, but a 4-for-1 trade is always a great deal. See, now my arms feel fine, so it's like, oh man, I could do some more push-ups, but I bet I do like 3, and my arms are dead again. Looks like more trying to take the vehicle, maybe even blow the vehicle up for Toyo towards the Copenhagen Wolves. Vox, it looks like he just left this situation. He's abandoned his teammates to try and figure it out as he goes and gets them a spot in the zone. If they can make it out of there, to be fair. It is super long-range shots from Toyo, so they don't have too much to worry about. As, ooh, pest control, they eliminate Ace on it. Looks like that's all the way deep into the blue zone. Seifu gets knocked by Fakeson from a headshot. We're going to see how Copenhagen Wolves might be able to get their player back up. Fox, is he going all the way back now? He made it quite far. But I would imagine with him already here, he may as well just stay on the edge of zone. That is what he's going to do. Pippa probably going all the way for the res on that very northeastern side of the zone. Up past Kang. It looks like a lot of these players are playing more for Baksan Sa Oh Hyang for the ending. Come on, just like hard shift south. We can't really go south of hospital at this point, but it would still be fun to see like a hospital ending. What I really, really want is that southern part of hospital. That would be my favorite thing to kind of see. But we do just go right towards Ohyang, right towards where all the players are. They really understand these zones. They do their research, and they understand how the game is probably going to play out. The Wolves probably just going to try and find a few more cars to use as Vox just continues to be a pest along the edge of the zone. Toyo, they're going to have to make their way into zone. Fakeson and Emmy are the only two I see. So I don't know if they're going to have to res their other teammates or if it is just going to be them for the rest of this match. Pest control, they are just about as far away from this zone as you could be without being inside Wolsong right now. They have a long rotate ahead of them. And we're just gonna kind of wait and see what's gonna happen with these teams. Caution, Team Quesito over on the west. To the south, you have Athletes of Christ, Kill for Fun, and Rock. Dead center, you have Duel and 4-0. Over to the east, you got Bestia, and they have plenty of space that they can work with. Up towards the north, you have 55, aka Sansa. You have Aura. Towards that northeast, you have Copenhagen Wolves that are finally making their way in. Bestia, they're going to get their player back. He should be able to get all of his loot. Shouldn't have too much to worry about. Or he might just land right on those crates that are coming down right next to him. Now, it looks like he is flying back over towards Vinny. You know, I think I am slightly behind what the actual live is, but that's okay. I think it's by very much. Not enough for it to really matter, I don't think. Gotta take some deep breaths. Body's not used to exercising, and I feel like it's really starting to hate me right now. Will really take a second to recuperate. I don't have as much color commentary going on today just because you guys decided to put me through the ringer. All the gifted subs from Martin McFly. But we appreciate them. We appreciate the fact that we're going to be doing push-ups for at least 2 weeks, I think. I don't know. I mean, we've done like 100 already today. So if we just keep up the pacing, we might be able to do more. Sparking, it looks like he picked in. Probably got some good info. Good shots coming out from Athletes of Christ, though, down towards Rock. In Quesito. Ooh, RBN gets knocked. Aura, they're finding a couple of knocks here. Smoke's really got to go out, or they get picked apart too much more. But if Athletes of Christ know who's down there, it might be worthwhile to crash onto that with 2 players knocked, but not in an awful spot. Caution is the ones that really need to have it as a rack. This is probably going towards AKA. Where does it land? Oh, very, very far. Where are they? What is he shooting towards? Maybe that's where AKA was, but they were able to relocate. Pest control going by. Block. I was going to say with the clean drift through there, but then he hit a couple of things and wasn't so clean anymore. Boom. Racky, I mean, he shot another mortar out. I don't know where it's gonna go. It's gonna find anyone. We'll pay attention to kill feed for a second. Glock. The timing on that couldn't have been worse for you. You end up shooting your teammate's vehicle in the side and then immediately getting headshot right afterwards. Just real unfortunate. Ooh, Andrew. He has a mortar now. Don't accidentally hit the tree. You're thinking 318? That looks pretty decent. You are shooting down a hill, so it is going to go a little bit farther. 318 might be real good. 318 is really good as Kawazine goes down to that one. Go a little bit to the right, and then pull one in. Oh, that was almost perfect. Just like one little push back out. Nope, you went in. You gotta go forward a little bit. Make it go a little bit farther as 4-0 take down Joshy, and it's just gonna become, well, I mean, a training ground for all these players to try and take shots. Our kill feed is lighting up as 55 have littered the kill feed right there as Copenhagen Wolves go down, but Santastico and Danny both get one. Now more mortars come out. That goes on to one of the dead bodies. And, I mean, Athletes of Christ, they do have 2 players up. Lips got a knock onto Joshy. So there is knocks coming out with these mortars. You gotta be careful because that's another mortar coming out. You have picked up Joshy and you gotta sprint. Ram does avoid that one, but their vehicle almost gets blown up. Imagine they all hopped in that real quick and then another one comes through and explodes on it. How unfortunate that would be. Conf trying to give some covering fire for his teammates over towards Falcon, but hey, I mean, a little bit of support from 4-0. Ooh, Karam takes a little bit more damage. Just 1 or 2 ticks in, Lips, is all you need, and that's going to be a knock onto 2 players on pest control, if that happened. As Alka takes down a couple players on kill for fun before getting taken down by Robert from Team Quesito. Rock still alive and surviving as a 4-man. Bestia, where are they going? I've already seen a few teams send it down into the fields, and it looks like they're going to try and share the compound with Duel. Caution, get taken down mostly by the members of Rock. Stealing away some kills, and it's only Nalo left. So it's going to be Duel versus Bestia. Nade goes out towards Iroh. That's some good damage to start off, but Iroh, I mean, taking even more damage right there. He's got to hit that first aid before he goes down, but the util from Bestia on point. Iroh goes down as the vehicle blows up. Only have 2 players left on Duel because they lost Wooly early in this one. They were able to make it quite late into this, unfortunately. 11 teams alive. 37 people, though. Do Pest Control have 4 now? Yeah, they have 4. Who's... Joshy, Conf, K-Mind, and, Karak. Sorry, not Karak. Karak is on 55. Triple X! Gonna be laying down behind this as Aura just do as much as possible, and... Well, oh, Aura's just gonna have free shots over towards him, but it's LFP1's Nade that gets the knock. Does Aura pay enough attention to be able to steal this kill away? It looks like they're going to. But the bleed happens at the right time, so LFP1 does end up getting his kill. AKA, they're gonna have to send it forward. Question is, where are they gonna end up eventually next to 55 as Falcon runs himself over, letting the vehicle continue to roll. Like Team Quesito going to be locked into a fight with Aura for this edge of zone. Tavon elsewhere picks up a double with the nade onto the members of AKA. The other two going to be making their way forward. One bullet connects. Two bullets connect, but that's all he finds. Can he make it a third with the nades? It's bouncing. No. Doesn't bounce. If he didn't cook it at all, it might have bounced forward far enough to find that last player. Karak gonna get these flushes as more mortars come out. How many mortars have been fired in this match? I feel like it's been absolutely insane. Karak now put himself in a spot where he's gonna have to try and back off because Pest Control are trying to make it over here. Gabru, though, gets the knock onto Karam. Just gonna be spraying through the smoke. He did see one player does so much damage, but isn't able to find the last little bit that he needs. On to Danchin. Avon did get a knock onto Andrew. And that's a 4x play from close range from Bran, but he's only got 2 bullets and he's down and out as he didn't go for that tactical reload. Kawazine prepping the nade, throwing it forward, does it fine. Nolo only 7 damage. Now he spots him going across. It's only a single bullet that hits him so far, takes him down to a sliver. He doesn't stop there and eventually gets headshot by a member of Athletes of Christ. Nade goes forward. Does this take down Joshi? Yes, it does. 55 had their nades on point into that corner of the field. Taking down at least 3 with explosions. Rock, they take another knock. Sparking has been knocked so many times that if you don't get to him now, he is going to be gone. Athlete to Christ. Pulling up in a spot that could be dangerous for these two members. 55 trying to smoke line their way forward. That's another mortar being shot off by Glock now. Does it end up finding anything? A little bit short there. Shot goes out. Benya gets a knock onto Kawazine with an OM. Drive-by trying to happen. Blazer takes down one. Tavon gets the trade. So now it's a 2v1. Shots going out, and it's Glock that's able to hit them, and Aura gets eliminated in 6th place. 5 teams are what remains. And it's another 4x spray that we see, but Frogman connects with the head of Santastico. We're down to our top 4, 4-0. Bestia, 55 and Athletes of Christ. Nobody in our top 5 is still left in the lobby for our final 4. Bestia, they're at 11 kills, pretty evenly spread all around the team, but Benya is the one with the most, sitting at 4 kills. LFP1, he takes down Tavon. Glock gonna try and return with a nade of his. But Sweezy ends up shooting him in the side of the head, and down they go. So Bestia, it looks like they want to try and come over here and clean up the members of 55. But unfortunately, they don't quite know where they are. So these nades continue to rain forward, and they might eventually find the damage that they need, but it's Frogman with the AUG that finds it first. A blue zone going out from Tavon just to try and slow him down a little bit more. Nades going forward through the side of the smoke. Tavon gets taken down low. He's going to try and hit that first aid. It's a 3v1 in this corner, but 4-0. They're trying to squeeze Bestia here. Not allow them to have anything afterwards. Moo has to back off because of the amount of stuns and blue zones being thrown right over towards this rock. Bestia just threw everything they had in their pockets towards these players. Tavon throwing some util of his own in return. Like 55 may actually be able to get back up to a 2-man. The fact that this res is going to happen might be because of how many times they threw nades before actually knowing exactly where 55 was. That nade going to be a little bit short of Pippa, so he's going to relocate to the Dorito. 4-0. I'm surprised they're not kind of spreading out more. If they kind of just fan out along some of these trees and stuff, they would have absolutely everything taken care of here. But Moo goes down to Benya. Glock and Tavon find a couple of players on Bestia, and now all of a sudden Benya is the only player left standing, so letting 2 players of 55 back up onto their feet has been in detriment to Bestia. Sun's gonna go out. That's a headshot. And there we go. Tavon finishes off Benya. Can they do the same? 2-4-0 and slowly pick them apart. 55, they're sitting at 12 kills. Tavon has 6. There's not going to be any util over here, but he does get a level 3 helmet and fresh level 2 vest. Be completely out of it. Spray going long range. Do they know if the person is back up on this rock or not? It's going to be a risky push to try and take back this rock, but I feel like they really do have to make it happen. Glock trying to bait him out. Aids going forward. Oh, if he gets just the right angle, he'll be able to see him. Oh, Moo! He waited for the perfect moment, and he takes them down with a little bit of util support from his team. And it's 4-0. To win match number 3. They had 5 kills to go alongside, but Bestia and 55 sitting in 2nd and 3rd with 12 kills and 11 kills. Absolutely dominated that lobby. And we saw probably, I want to say like 20 mortar shells get thrown out there. We only saw a couple of knocks with them, no flushes, no team wipes or anything. But it is always a ton of fun to get to see some wonderful, wonderful mortars. I'm going to try and catch back up to the live, which I don't think is going to be more than a couple of seconds, but that's fine. Small sip of water. We're going to go back to trying to do a few more push-ups. See what we can get done. Oh. Okay. That's 11, so we can have this as a nice even number again. $470. I don't know how I'm gonna get through all of these. We've made good progress, though. I think we've done 105 so far. We're 3 matches down. So we still have 3 more breaks, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Tiny sips of water. Try and do like 5 more before this break is over at the very least. Get us down to 465. Go for 5 more. Oh, short break. Short break. Well, say these batches are going kind of fast. We're getting done them at 27 minutes, it looks like, rather than a like 32 minute pace. So that's good. Brock Bessie at 55, kind of like nailing the leaderboards right now. The only other players in there are Andrew and Kane for damage and assists. Well, I guess it's really rocking. 55. Benya and Frogman are in there for Bestia, but oh. Right. I think I can do 5 more. Can't push up. Oh, that one doesn't count. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. I had to like bring my chest up and bend my back, which a little bit of cheating, but I'm gonna count it because I didn't fail to go up and yeah. Oh my god, my arms are dead. Right, if we do like 15 more for the next 3 breaks, then we'll make it to... Let's try and do 20 more for each break, actually. Because then we can get it down to 400. We'll have done 175 push-ups. Or do we swap back to this? Kind of hurting my wrists, too. Yeah. Watch out my wrists a little. It honestly hurt more than my shoulders. Sharp shot. It's an opening kill. Onto Bragagnola. Nolo. Bragagnolo. Slow it down. Wait a bit. Oh, God. X. Let's see one of the members 455. May decide to turn around for this. You gotta be careful because Anubis may get involved in what a nade. Triple X saw it coming, but he still couldn't do anything about it because Tavon trapped it and threw it perfectly. Able to get the flush, might even be able to take the chip and prevent the res coming out from Team Quesito. Barak, on the other hand, is getting surrounded by pest control. Oh, he hears the footsteps now. K-Mine's gonna be pushing forward. He tries to go for the pre-fire, but it's K-Mine in return that just steps around him and is able to completely outplay him. And we see some shots going up between Caution and Athletes of Christ. Ugh. Whew. Alright. 5 minutes in, we've lost 3 players. We've seen it be a whole lot worse before. Athletes of Christ, you may be getting a little bit close. The members of 4-0 Moo is right in that compound. So he'll take some shots as you drive by, and it's like you're actually ready to pull up. Now you're just gonna back right off. Don't fully blame him. So this is an interesting zone we have, because it could either pull down south and I feel like go towards Bamboo, or it could potentially go up north, in which case I think it's more likely to actually go where Athletes of Christ currently are. There's always the chance that it goes a little bit closer to 4-0. But I think generally this goes towards Athletes of Christ. And or down towards Bamboo, which is where Tayson is. We'll have to see exactly what happens. Where these might end up. RBN. Heard the very last little bit of the engine from Bran and has decided that he needs to relocate to a spot where his other team members can help him out a little bit better. A bit more oversight on him. Bestia, we're thinking about pulling up to this compound potentially. But I think Benya just saw the vehicle right there. They should know there's players. There we go. Few shots are traded. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Instant volume reducer. My brain is slowly turning off more and more. Saying what I see now. Where do we end up? Slowly getting closer and closer, but we got another minute, 20 seconds. Bran. Oh, he's just getting pulled up on. There's no way Bran gets out of here. Yeah, flood. With the QBZ. Flies right on by, but we have a fight between Pest Control and Aura. People getting run over. Andrew taking down a couple of people. Joshy, Karam gonna have to try and pull up onto this one before the reses come out. Joshy making it over to this rock potentially. He spins the vehicle. He gets punted a little bit, but he still hits the shots onto Blazer. Gonna be into a 2-on-2. One player incredibly low. Karam finds the shots onto Arf. Now goes for the shots onto the other one, but Andrew takes him down. 4 hit points are all that remain. Joshy trying to get over here before the first aid can come out. Doesn't. So he's just going to start throwing the stuns forward. That nade finds a lot of damage. And now he gets chased down. And he was only able to flush one of the players because he was trying to find Andrew before going for the flushes. More focused on the fight than the points, and if he had won it, it would have been a brilliant play. Unfortunately, it just ends up being a really unfortunate end of the match for Pest Control. If we look at our leaderboard after the first 3 matches, we do have Rock sitting in first place at 40 points. Toyo is in second with 30, 55 PD. In third place with 29. Teams that we are very used to being towards the top of the leaderboard. Bestia, they're sitting in fourth place at 24 points, 4-0. They're having a decent start to the first day. They're sitting at 22 points in fifth place. Copenhagen Wolves, 18 points, and sixth place is where they sit. The Athletes of Christ are sitting at 15 with 7 points. Team Quesito, one of the teams that has occasionally been, well, really, I feel like it's been Robert that I've seen from them for the most part. It's kind of helped them really get some things, and they've been in some top 4s and stuff. Able to have themselves in 8th place right now. Aura, a team that I've seen mainly do well on day 1s, but they've kind of proven themselves every once in a while. They're sitting down in 9th place. Tayson, a team that I'm not really familiar with at all, sitting in 10th place at 11 points. Pest Control also at 11 points, but they're in 11th place. Duel, a team that maybe we expect a little bit more out of, as Sweezy tries to go for the shots, but Tony able to take him down pretty easily, only brought down to about half. That nade, is it prepped properly to go up and over? No. Doesn't make it up the rock as far as it needs to find the damage, as Haven from behind takes down Murillo before he throws his second nade that was able to get a knock onto LFP1. Now Haven has to try and reposition as he gets headshot. Duel having a little bit of an off day though, only 3 kills so far, sitting in 12th place, no way. Also a team that lately has been towards the top of the leaderboard, if not the leader of the mid-pack. They're sitting all the way down in 13th place right now in the relegation zone. And then you have Caution and Kill for Fun, which honestly in this lobby would probably be 2 of the teams that I expect to be down there. And then you have AKA, a team that has proven that they can occasionally be towards that middle to high middle pack. Sitting all the way down in last place with only 5 points currently. So definitely we could see quite a bit of shakeup happen with this leaderboard going into tomorrow. Nothing really set in stone yet, but Rock Toyo 55 all definitely staying on top of their game. Now shots go out. Sparking takes down Solds. Fakeson is only surviving on a single hit point. Can they hit it before he gets away? And Santasco does indeed. Capitan takes down Kawazine. Now we're going to see the shots come out towards Capitan. Santasco going to have to try and find a different spot. He actually gets found by Flood. Sparking. You can just take down Emmy. That is the last player left, and he was there for the taking. Just weren't ready to take the shot quite yet. There we go! Emmy finds the knock onto Sparking. Santasco prepping the nade, throwing it much too far right, so Emmy might be able to find a second here on Santasco. Is he going to wait for him to try and go for the res? I think he's in a spot where he could still peek up and over. But RBN is coming around the side. Still hasn't spotted him out yet. There we go. Now he does. Stun going to go out. Peeking around. First shot. Headshot. And the body to follow it for RBN. As he takes down Emmy. And Toyo are eliminated by the team that's right above them. If there's one thing you want to do, it's avoid getting killed by the team directly above or below you on the leaderboard. Obviously, you can't always make that happen, but it does make things more difficult when the team right below you kills you, and then you're losing to them right afterwards. Or if there's a team above you that you were about to catch, and then they kill you, and then all of a sudden you have to catch them all over again. It's just an unfortunate sequence of events when that happens. Shots going out, but it's Slabby with a couple of shots to take down Snakers. It looks like Lope's going to make his way over here to get the flush. I mean, Snakers was over here alone. He was taking shots. Copenhagen Wolves a little bit more spread out. Maybe they should have been. Go for more of a 2-2 rather than the 2-1-1 that it looks like they had. Sparking does get a knock onto DNL, though. So even though No Way get 1 point, if they get stuck in this position right up against Rock and they keep on losing any more players, then it's going to be another unfortunately bad game for them. Molotov goes out, it looks like, to try and get the flush. Like it ended up a little bit short, though, but wasn't able to find it. Sparking may go over here again to try and look for it. 3x spray for RBN. He only connects with a single bullet. Now that nade is going to go out. It looks good, but the protection from the vehicle is Fauna steals a kill away with a mortar. So Sparking not going and finding that kill. How that they didn't find anything is beyond me, but RBN eventually steps over. Gets the knock onto Slabby. They don't confirm the kill, though. So it's another situation where the Wolves might be able to just steal this point away. And then it's just a unfortunate lost point for the members of Brock. Who, yes, might not be in a desperate need for these points, but at the same time, you never want to not get all the points that you deserve, as Lopes takes a headshot there from Seifu. There we go. RBN does finally get the flush onto Slabby. Athletes of Christ can't try and steal it away again. This zone a little bit further north of Bamboo than where I originally thought that it was going to come to. I thought it was going to be a little bit further down to the south, closer to Bamboo. As it looks like Lopes, he got a knock onto RBN, but Flood was able to then kill him right afterwards. Haven going by Moo in the blue zone, gets taken down. Haven gets his drive-by kill. Now Rock trying to get shots over towards the Wolves as they're going by and their vehicle blows up. Santasco finds one, Sparking the other. They got to try and confirm these kills, but they get neither. As Lips from AKA takes down Vox for the kill steal, as Hidden takes it away on Flood. Ooh, Fauna pulling up here, but Bestia already in the area. Fauna goes down to Frogman. Now the shot's going to come out. Frogman gets a second. Now he's going to prep the nade, throw it forward. Shot's going out. Vinny finds a lot of damage. Needs one more bullet, but it's Frogman. Find the last player. And Athletes of Christ get eliminated in 11th place. Falcon in the buggy. That thing doesn't give a lot of cover. The tire's pretty easy to pop. I don't think they're going to be around for much longer. Oh, yeah, see, you know, I said I thought it was going to go a little bit more south towards Bamboo, and then it hard shifts all the way down here. Yep, nope, this is closer to what I was expecting out of it. Oh, Rock, they are trying to take down Bessia on this side. One player, two player, all headshots there from Santasco. Absolutely nasty. Oh, Pippa trying to run forward, maybe catch up with Benya. Rock, do they have any vehicles that they can make a rotate in? There's a dip right where Seifu is, where the other side of the road can't see him. Eventually, I think Tayson might want to try and pull up, like, right below 55 in their compound. I think there's going to be a spot there in the dips where you can kind of avoid getting seen by a bunch of other players. I think that's their best bet. Duel, I don't even know where you go. They're going up on the hill right now above everyone else. Seifu finds a lot of damage onto Sparking, but just can't find any more. Tayson, they're coming over here as well, as Dente takes a knock, and now RBN, the last one left, as he's just trying to figure out who to shoot at, trying to go for the reload, but Hidden takes him down. We see two different teams fall. Pippa and Benya not going to be missing their chance here. They're going to come and get involved. The nade goes out towards the knocked player. It rolls down there, finds some decent damage onto both players. The follow-up gets blocked by the vehicle. Molotov looks better. The blue zone going to be a little bit too far away. Pippa goes down. Karak gets the kill steal on that, and now Benya's just going to keep his head down low. if that first nade had landed, get the knock and flush, all of a sudden Bestia might have been in a better spot than what they are now. Anubis spots Arv just trying to do some damage over there. Team Quesito. This is a really tough spot to try and play. Like, yeah, that rock gives you cover, but you also have Aura behind you right now. If you go around the side too much, then Kill for Fun can see you, or AKA can see you on the other side. So this is just a real tough spot that these two players are going to have to try and slowly make their way out of. Wow, hard shift to the east and Kill for Fun and 55 are going to be loving that. The only place that I think you can play is right below 55. So I was telling Faison that I think they should have gone below 55 earlier. I still think they should have, but the play they did netted them some kill points, so I think that it still ended up being a really great play overall. But had it not worked out because you had rock crashing onto that, I think that would have been a... maybe we should have gone to this other spot. Kind of situation. Or, I mean, I don't know where you play here because obviously the best spot is below Kill for Fun. But there's no cover right there. And then 55 PD will just be able to shoot you in the back. Shots going out. Oh, Anubis, so low. Aura, you gotta start moving. This blue zone is here. It is not something you can sit there and chunk. So where do Aura go? Looks like AKA. Yeah, see, this is exactly where I think Tason should have played. AKA, they take a lot of damage when they pull up the nades. The util is gonna go out, but they're finding plenty in return themselves. It forces 55 back into the building. So, AKA, I think you just don't push, no... I think you should have stayed back. As more nades do go out. That finds a knock onto Gabru, so they do find one. But yeah, now Tason, they're going to be able to pull right back up behind. More Molotovs going to go out to keep people inside this bathroom. Danshin finds one. Dark Castle gets taken down from behind by Tason. The kill feed just starting to light up, aka they're still up as a 3-man. Trying to go for the res onto their last player. Rise gets a knock onto Lips, gets flushes onto Lips and Dark Castle, aka down to 2. 55 still have 2 in this building, but Tason, they saw their opportunity to pull up into this spot right afterwards. Zente with the nade on the window takes down Karak. Can they find another one in here? No, Falcon comes in here to finish them off, but Zrise and Hidden nail their nades right afterwards, and Tason, the big winners of this. AKA, I think, should have slowed it down, waited for just a couple of seconds more, fought Tason. Well, they had to try and drive into them, and then taking the fight to 55. That's something that hopefully they'll be able to look at in the VOD, figure out for themselves. As, I mean, yeah, Tason, 11 kills. They're having an absolutely fantastic match. Aura, I think they went exactly where they needed to go. And now they just have to wait for Tason to have to move out of that building. You just wait for as long as you can. You try not to take any knocks while keeping your head down. As, ooh, champion, 4 kills. Can he find a bolty headshot? Can we see a live bolty headshot? That's all we want. Aura, they are doing what they need to. Benya, on the other side of the street. I don't even know what he can do. I think right after this zone closes, you're definitely going to be able to kind of peek around a little bit more. Champion trying to go for the feet below. There's a folded shield blocking too much cover. Benya from behind does find one, but it's Tayson doing damage in the back. More shots go out, but it's just Champion hit the headshots on to Benya. He's up to 5 kills in this match for himself. He wants that headshot so bad. On to Hidden. Just watching, waiting right at the very edge of that folded shield. 2 bolties and an MK. So not a lot of fast firing, but very heavy hitting if they are going to end up hitting their shots for kill for fun. Aura, they're in a spot where they kind of need to start making some noise. They have a little bit of cover from the side, though. No, Danny! He ends up hitting the headshot onto Gaper and gets the knock onto one of the members of Kill for Fun. Are they going to be able to get that res up, or do they just have to focus on these fights? So Aura, they have started to look around a little bit. As there we go, Danny now finding a knock onto Leo. 1 player left for Kill for Fun, and then I really do think it's Aura's game to lose after that. Hidden does get the kill steal away onto Gaper, and that's going to give him 5 kills as Rise has 6. Headshot, double headshot from Rise to get up to 7 kills. Aeson versus Aura 3v3. Our longest match of the day so far. Aura moving the vehicle ever so slightly. Rise there deciding that it probably isn't worth it to take any blue zone damage going into this fight here. Arv does end up getting the knock onto him anyways. Now it's a 3v2. Danny trying to make his way forward, throws that nade. It's gonna bounce pretty darn close, does good damage. The follow-up just barely doesn't make it to the other edge of this rock, but Danny finds it, and Aura, they just held on. Molotovs, nades, stuns, everything and anything that they can throw as they go forward. Danny does a lot of damage, but it's the trade, and Aura take it with 9 kills in match number 4. Tayson, though, definitely had a fantastic match there. 13 kills. Rise sitting at 7, with Hidden sitting at 5. But we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 5 and a few more push-ups. What's in me face? Oh, that's 10 more push-ups. Okay. We have 450 push-ups to go. Need a decent candy real quick. Oh. Be Sandy's candy. Let's go. You're gonna join me in doing push-ups? You're gonna stare down at me with push-ups. And she's gone. 5 more push-ups down. $445. But I don't know when I'll ever be done with these push-ups. Holy. Holy guacamole. Alright. Music off. Lock in. Definitely feeling it. I don't think I'm nearly as focused as I was at the beginning. Lock in. Lock in, boys. think I bit my lip at some point without realizing it. Alright. Kane with an early squish of Anubis. Triple X is none too pleased about it. But he is able to recover his teammate's chip. Kane did not want to stick around. He just drove on out of there. Team Quesito. It's going to set him back a little bit. Especially looting-wise, because they have one less player doing it. But they should just be able to drive straight over to Impala. Get the res. Hopefully they don't flip their vehicle or anything, because they should have just enough time before the recall happens. Get their teammate back so they're not losing too much time. At 42nd, just about at Impala. Pretty good plane path here. Pretty evenly spread all around. Nobody real too close to each other besides Duel was to Team Quesito just trying to get the vehicle. You have everybody nice and spread out. Nothing really to worry about anywhere. And Copenhagen Wolves, it looks like they're going to take right above Picado right now. No Way is inside of Picado. You have Toyo down towards Chumacera that'll probably move pretty early. Like Athletes of Christ maybe in a fight up against the Wolves pretty early on. And Wolves kind of struggling more than I would expect out of them early on in this one. We saw them come in the first week that they played, and they just like showed up and showed out. We're like, yep, we're here now. Everyone else can leave right through this door. We're taking this home. But now we're seeing them sitting in 8th place right now rather than all the way up at the top. A little interesting to see that happening. 3, 2, 1. One player has returned to the battlefield. We're back up to 16 teams and 64 players. So Anubis gonna have a little bit hard of a time getting back over towards Team Quesito. I would think that he's probably gonna want to go to either Cantera, Minas, or maybe even Los Leones, but Los Leones is a little bit of a stretch. Now he's trying to land right on the supply drop as well that is fell right into the hands of Duel if they go grab it. Like Iroh may be eyeing it. It might be in a weird spot with Picado in a place to overlook it. As has been a slight shift in our leaderboard. Toyo went from 2nd place all the way down to 5th place after just one singular game. Bit unfortunate there for them to have dropped down so much. Wow. I think really too much else has happened. AKA they're no longer at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Team Quesito have dropped down the leaderboard a little bit, and Kill for Fun have made their way up and out of the relegation zone into 10th place. For the most part, I think everyone else has stayed pretty much the same. Bestia, they're up in the top 3 now. So it's good for them, as or they're just taking more shots at pretty much anyone who drives by. hopped in a vehicle in case he needed to leave. So he was ready to. Like Aura sitting there with a 2-1-1 split. The Wolves are kind of doing the same thing, slowly eking out more and more space. Sending a couple back over towards Power Grid, flood down below on the hillside. I mean, Fox is up on top of the rocks. And this is the information gathering stage. So you have all of these splits happening, people trying to kind of control as much space as possible. And this is where teams that have really done their research can do some damage. 55. Always in a 2-2 split early on if they can get towards the center of zone. And usually it can be pretty big split. So if you realize that and you see them in the kill feed at all and you can figure out where it is, a lot of the time it might be worthwhile to really crash on to 55. There's other teams that really spread out a lot. You see that from Rock sometimes. Sparking can kind of go off on his own and try and get as much information as possible. So it's, what kind of research do you do when you're looking back at VODs? How can you tell how some of the players are going to act? And what might you be able to punish? Or nothing. They have a 3-1 split right now. If Bestia knows about this, which seems like they have an inkling, they might be able to punish him a little bit. Vinny, just kind of rolling up, now gonna shoot towards that and just taps him in the head with the M4. You don't always need to spray it. Sometimes a little tip-tap will do just fine. There we go, the bike is gonna take off, and there's only one player of 4-0 left here, Moo. Gonna have to try and get over to his teammates. The question is, does he have a vehicle that he's able to do that in? Bestia may also think this is clear now. So if Moo just keeps his head down and doesn't make any noise, he might be able to get a free pickup. Free kill onto someone completely unsuspecting. Here we go. What is gonna happen with the rest of this match? I mean, even after all of that, we still have only lost one, technically 2 players 10 minutes into this match. So, for the most part, everyone's alive and kicking, and that is a hard northern shift. Honestly, if you are in the zone right now, I don't know if you try and rotate. I think it really depends on where you are. Team Quesito, Bestia, 4-0. You might be able to go farther north if you want. But for the most part, I think if you're in zone, you kind of just lock it down because there is 63 players alive. The chance that there's going to be a bunch of open spots is pretty slim. Now, Power Grid is open. There's the res station to the north of Power Grid that's open. So you have 2 compounds there. San Martin is completely empty, and Hacienda is completely empty. Not to mention a couple of the places outside Hacienda. So if you can make it through all of these teams, there's definitely some places for you to play. Solds gets a couple of tires popped, and there we go. Seifu hits the final shot, gets the knock, and That's going to be a lost cause for Toyo. They may still pull up around here. Oh, Team Quesito. Anubis gets spun out. Shots go out. Benya gets the knock in the flush. And that's sometimes all you need to do. Molotov goes out. A little bit wasted, but definitely makes sense to try and confirm your kill. You never want to let someone else steal the kill, so if you throw a Molotov forward and it ends up doing nothing, but it might have gotten the flush, it can be very much worth it. Go for fun. They're making their rotate around. Again, that spot is still open right there on the edge of zone. That's not a bad spot. Bestia have a 2-2 split. You still have San Martin open. You can fit 2 or 3 teams in there. And then Hacienda and a couple of the compounds to the north of Hacienda are open. So there's enough room for everyone to play. It's just that they're all so focused on the south right now. Nade goes forward, doesn't find anywhere close to RBN. He's backed up far. And this is one of the differences between some of the higher and lower level teams in this lobby. RBN took a lot of damage. What does he do instead of trying to peek that ridge anymore? He backs off as far as he thinks he safely can before going for the med to avoid the util usage that comes right afterwards. Sparkin just trying to go for those long-range shots into the smoke. Get a second knock onto Aura before the res comes out. Unfortunately, not able to find it, but Kawazine, I don't know what angle he has onto it, but he's able to find an angle to get the flush onto Blazer as the other 2 members of Rock decide that it is time to kind of pull up on this. The last vehicle starting to pull away. Spray coming out from Santastico. That's a long-range spray. It's really not going to find anything. We'll see if this one connects with any bullets. He does connect with one. Andrew's going to go down to the blue zone here. But he did it in a spot where I don't think Rock can get the flush, and his teammates might actually be able to get the res onto him. What a spot to end up going down. Haven headshot onto Karak and the ever dangerous Buggy. Very scary to be rotating in that sometimes because of how easily you can get taken out. Robert in a fight up against Glock, and it's gonna be Glock to win the 1v1 this time. A couple of smokes go out so Glock can try and figure out exactly how he wants to play around this ridge. Athletes of Christ, 55, and Team Quesito all right in the same area. So now we're constricting space a little bit. Bestia, they've really started to spread out a little bit. San Martin's still completely empty. Rock and Aura both over here. Kawazine taking down Andrew, so it looks like Rock have decided to continue this fight, and they're really trying to hunt down the members of Aura. Kawazine only has a level 1 helmet. It's taken at least 1 bullet. It's not going to be around for much longer if anyone hits some headshots on him. Aura. No kills, 2 players already knocked out. 2 players left standing. They're up against the top team in the lobby right now is Karam over here against Tayson. Gets a knock onto Rodriguez. Sun goes forward right towards where Zente was, but it's Rise to get the knock onto K-Mine. So now Karam finds it through the edge. He did see him. Zente the knock with the Panzer. Now you're gonna have a stun go out. Zente tries to push forward, but he is so blind. Hidden, Zente both trying to go forward, but be best to trade the reses here. Joshi and Karam up against a 3-man of Tayson, or they might just share the compound at this point. Looks like No Way ended up getting one of the players of 55 while they were rotating to the warehouse. AKA taking long-range shots, but they're pretty far away from the zone, and they definitely need to start moving. There is room up on top of the hillside above San Martin, but I think that's more likely to get taken by rock pretty quickly. Athletes of Christ get some good shots down towards Toyo. Like Tayson were able to win that fight against Pest Control. Oh, how many of them survived? But I know that none of Pest Control did. Bestia, they started at Graveyard and they've been slowly going up to the north. Might continue to wrap even further. Rock, they're going to get themselves an apartment building. Getting shot at by AKA from such long range. Again, I really feel like AKA should get on the move. A couple of shots through the window there from Kawazine. Doesn't end up doing anything more. North side of San Martin still pretty wide open, because a lot of the players are either in the middle or southern part of the city so far. Athletes of Christ, where are you trying to send it? You found a building, but Haven ends up taking himself out. Epiton gets the flush. Tony takes a headshot right before getting into the building. Caution, I don't think that BRDM is going to be around for very long. Oh, it blows up. They're pulling right up on 55. Tavon takes down one, finds the shots to take down a second. Now there's only 2 players for caution left. Gabru getting taken down by No Way. Seifu is also been knocked. So No Way, they're hitting some shots. 55, you got to get the res onto this other player. Caution, I think you just gotta hunker down in there. Barking, he wants that kill. Onto his rise so bad, he's just sitting there waiting. Like Sweezy took a knock on Gladiator. For some reason, Gladiator decided that he was going to try and push these 2 different duos. It just does not end up working out for him. It's a tough spot. It's definitely going to be determined by zone how things are going to go. Arv up on the hillside for Aura. It's in a pretty good spot. Bestia, they're outside of San Martin, but they can kind of still pull in on that northern side. Have something to play. Or they can go up to the hillside if they wanted to. I feel like they have the most options out of all the teams here, with 4-0 in AKA. Probably able to do the next most. "15 teams still alive, but only 43 players." So we've lost quite a few players from quite a few different teams, but there is still some healthy ones kicking around. Arv trying to send it down the hillside, hopefully able to stay alive, keep his team in this one. Tayson using util in this firehouse, but I don't think there's anyone left here. As Wolves trying to make it down the hillside, they're just pushing their teammate forward, and it's the buggy that gets taken down. Flood, surprised that you decided to go down that hillside in the buggy. I almost feel like it would have been more worthwhile to hop in one of the other vehicles with a little bit more cover alongside your teammates. Ooh, Remy takes down Vox. Tires are going to start to get popped on a bunch of different vehicles. It's going to be a lot of foot pushes from this point forward. Capitan gets a knock onto Tony. That nade goes forward. Try and get the flush, and it does connect. LFP1. He was running down there to try and save his teammate, but too little, too late. For nothing. They have a split going on, because Sweezy was probably over in this building before all of these other players ended up around here. Wooly might be able to get himself some nice 3 gear. AKA are the team that ended up taking the hillside. So what do we have for 4-man teams? We have AKA, we have Bestia, For Nothing, and Rock. I don't think there's a single other team with 4 players still up. It's just a bunch of 3, 2, and solo. Actually, I think it's all 3s and a couple of solos. Oh no, 55 only has 2. But they were able to deal with caution. Some way, somehow. Lopes just away. So it looks like Tayson have decided that they were going to push over towards the Wolves. Snakers, he's already taken down 1 player. Now the nade's going to go forward up and over the fence side. The flush comes out. There is another player over there. Zente gets taken down. 1 player left on Tayson. He's getting shot right now by 55. These smokes not going to last very much longer. Nade's still going through. Seifu probably a little bit surprised, but he's still able to finish off Hidden. It's AKA, they're getting some shots onto the members of Rock. They did get 1 player knocked. LFP1 gets a knock onto Santastico. Oh, did Sweezy come in late? Smoke's going out. The Wolves, they do lose 1. They have a vehicle still up. It looks like LFP1 going to throw that nade over towards Emmy. Going to go, I was going to say a little bit too far, but that went a solid 20 meters too far. He's got quite the arm on him. Took it for as much as he needed to. Oh, Murillo with the pre-nade onto the smokes, and then he finds the shots onto Seifu, and down goes the Wolves. What a pre-nade by Murillo there. Pops the vehicle up, takes down 2. Last player is easy pickings. Murillo, he finds Brand, so that's another player. 4 kills for him so far. 516 damage. He's having himself a good match. And 4-0 are going to be happy about it. They're sitting in 7th place right now at 23 points, so this might be able to get them up the leaderboard a little bit. There is still plenty of players left to deal with. AKA and Bessie, I still think might be the only ones left up, and that was a good stun from LFP1. He's going to throw out another one, but Fakeson goes flying through. As AKA, they took 2 knocks there from Pippa and his mortar. We're trying to make it down the hillside. I don't think it was a bad play to go up the hillside. I think there was a reason why Bestia didn't want to go up there, because they knew it wasn't going to work out in the long run. Squeezy, I'd be careful how many windows you go to peek. You are all alone over here. You know who's around and who might be knocked. I guess it's somewhat worthwhile to be pushing that. 55, it looks like. Want to get involved over towards Billboard. Slabby. Going to be trying to hold these other members of 4-0 from making it into the zone. Murillo. Oh, he's prepping a nade. If he preps it the right way, Slabby would go down. But Slabby, he saw the arm from Murillo, able to take him down. Now, shots going out. Lyle finds Slabby as Moo finds DNL in no way for the next team to fall. As, there we go. 4-0. Did find another kill over here from their solo. Gabru able to finish him off. Toyo have been taken out. We're down to 8 teams. So they are just starting to fall like flies. Bestia just taking some shots through the windows, but it's Wooly that finds a headshot onto Frogman to get a knock. Kane had 4 kills. Iro MG3 takes down Moo. Now Kane finds a flush onto Gabru. Wooly finds Murillo as Lyle gets a knock onto Iro before getting finished off. Now it's Kane and Wooly, a 2-man up against 1-man of 4-0. Oh, what an attempted play by Lyle, but the fence just barely blocks him. He was going to be able to get up onto that ledge and push straight from the 2nd floor. Swapping over to the Tommy gun. He is completely blind. Trying to take some shots, and it's a shorty from Wooly to take him down. Now Wooly should be able to make it just a little bit farther forward. Gotta be worried about that solo from Aura, though. AKA still having 2 people on this hillside. Have probably the most info in this lobby, Danchin. I don't think you can move from your current position. I think you are stuck there, Falcon. I don't know what you're gonna try and do, but you have to just make it barely further forward, Danchin. As soon as that vehicle blows up, it's gonna be tough life for you, sitting in that spot. 6 teams, 14 players alive, and that's a double headshot from Falcon onto Benya, with one of them connecting after the helmet had disappeared. Smoke's gonna go out Bessia. They're gonna be trying to get their player back up, trying to get back to a 4-man. Might be game over for them. Danchin chasing his vehicle, but he gets pushed by it a little bit. He still makes it around. Oh, the blue zone gonna be coming right away, though. He should surely go down, aka get eliminated by Rock and Bestia. Arv trying to hold off. He did get the knock onto Kane. Now it's Arv versus Wooly. Wooly gonna be trying to go for the res. Peek around, stare at that door. He has a shorty in his hand, so he knows that it's currently safe. The door's been opened. He still commits to the res. And Arv doesn't look like he wants to push the matter. He's gonna wait till the last second to be able to do what he can. Center dot gonna be right on top of kill for fun, so they just have to make sure that they don't take any unwanted knocks. Rock gonna be in a pretty good spot, but Bloods gets the knock onto Santastico. Looks like he's already 2nd or 3rd knock. Blue zone goes forward. Rez gonna be coming out, sparking. Start moving forward. Bessia is right over here, and because they've been able to keep all 4 alive, looking pretty good for this match right now. Cool, trying to figure out where these players might be. They know where Arv is. Used a molly on the inside, so they know he's on the outside. Santastico gets a knock onto one. Bloods gets a re-knock onto Santastico, who is going to get insta-res. The blue zones were going out. Kane finds the kill onto Arv. M249 going out from Benya, but it's Vinny to find the knock onto Wooly. Kane gonna be the last player left standing. All he has is a little fruit stand. Keep him alive, but Sparking finds the shots, and now it's Rock, Bestia, and the member from Kill for Fun, Sparking. Finishes off Kane as Kawazine found Frogman. 3 players up for Bestia, 3v3v1. That nade goes up on top of the rooftop, finds plenty of damage onto Vinny. He just waits for a little while and then can get back up there later. He's going to have a great spot to play from, but even if he plays from this far side, it's not going to be too bad. Nades continue to go up there. Now the stuns go out. Oh, folded shield. So they are over there. Vinny finds one. Pippa, the other with an aid. Sparking, gonna be the last one left, and it's the Molotov from Benya. And Bestia are up to 10 kills. Kill for Fun, the last team to go up. He has an M249. It has enough bullets. What can Bloods do in a 1v3? Oh, and it's the Molotov. Great use of util at the end of the match for Bestia. Close the game out with 11 kills and the chicken dinner in match number 5. Duel, though, they had 9 kills of their own. They had a pretty good match. We're going to go to a quick break before I get ready for the final match. I go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get back up here, do a few more push-ups, and try and survive this final match. Alright. Back from the bathroom. Get a few more of these push-ups pumped out. Oh. I don't think I want to count that last one. My legs definitely, like, hit the ground. It's a little weak, too. That's 10 more push-ups down, though. $435. Oh. Well, at this point, I'm going to be strong in no time. We went from really fast matches to now we've had a couple of longer ones. And we are on Miramar, and they do tend to be longer on Miramar than any other map. We'll have to see how Game 6 goes. It can go one of two ways. It can be absolute mayhem, or we might have another long-winded match. $435. Oh my goodness. So crazy. Okay. Alright, last match. So we don't need that open. We don't need that open anymore. Here we go. We're right back into it. Match number 6. Isn't like 50 gifted? 50 gifted subs is like a crazy amount of money, right? Subs are like $6.99 or something, or $5 something. If it's $6.99, that's $350. All right. Go, let's go, let's go. We go far up to the northeast. Huh. We'll have to wait and see. Oh my god, I haven't been leaning back at all today. I haven't wanted to, like, relax, because I felt like my arms were gonna die if I did that. Do as many push-ups as we can after this match ends. We've done... we started at 575. We've done 140 push-ups. Oh, Tony. You are about to get a rude awakening. Yep. Joshy and Conf side by side. Take down Tony Fanado. It's a knock on to Karam, so K-Mind have to turn up the heat with that nade, unfortunately. Find any damage. You get up onto the rooftop. K-Mind in here with the M249. Haven is not over here with the rest of the team. Oh, K-Mind definitely spotted out a couple. A little bit of damage there. Find any more. Question is, did Karam's chip get left behind? Or did it get taken? I just realized, if you throw down smokes but you have someone's chip, wouldn't they still be able to line you up as Lopes lined up Seifu? I, like, threw the smoke because they could see the chip on their minimap, so it's like, oh yeah, just shoot, like, right here. That blue zone just gonna be coming up a few meters short. Oops, he hits one headshot as Seifu was just sitting there broadside for him. See if he's gonna be able to get any more. He did see Flood. Gotta worry about the other two. Just sitting here. Seifu has been spotted by Slabby. Lopes definitely already knew they were coming over here, so Seifu does take down Slabby. Now Lope, so he saw him up above. Falling further down the hillside. So this is a difficult place to fight because you can't actually make it up the hillside fully in some of the spots. 4x spray! Maybe a little bit too zoomed in to try and take down Vox. But it's from the side snakers. He takes down DNL. Seifu does not get rezzed in time, and the last player for No Way is a good chunk of distance off of these players. So they'll have time to heal up as we hop over to a fight between Athletes of Christ and Pest Control. It looks like 2 players down for Pest Control, Athletes of Christ. Picking them both up. K-Mind, the last player left. It looks like he's just trying to drive over here. He hops out of the vehicle. He does find one, but it's LFP to finish him off and get the trade. He had the M249. He had enough bullets that he might have been able to really make something happen out of that if he wanted to. So, on a scale of this could take a while to crazy, we're leaning a bit more towards the crazy. We've already lost 11 players, and we're not even 10 minutes into the match. But I think that definitely constitutes a little bit more of the crazy than it does anything else. His eyes just popping the door open if he can. He's trying to anyways. Thing just staying sturdy. Oh, aura. Yeah. Glock. Blow him up, take him down. Get much easier than that. Hands are from the hillside right above. Oh, Gabru wasn't even worried about shooting back at the player. He just wanted to pop the tires. Fortunately, the awareness was there for the other player. Wolves all the way down to the south. It looks like they got Seifu back, but they're gonna need to allow him to loot a little bit before they continue their rotation. Got about 30 seconds until we see anything else happen, and because he's back, we can say that we technically only lost like 10 people. That's what people would believe because it says 54 alive in the top right, so they wouldn't know otherwise. They would have to believe us. Why would we lie to them? Nobody ever lies on the internet. Okay, all of a sudden this zone just got a lot more interesting as well. Hard shift over to the east, which means the very, very edge is unplayable. Duel are going to be in a great spot. Or nothing is just shooting at anything that drives by currently. Duel with their 2-2 split. I don't know how long it's going to last for. Kill for fun, or are you going to be the first player to make it past people in a bike? Oh my god, what a crash! But it doesn't really count to anything, and it's just free shots for AKA. Danchin is pushing right forward on this player. Trying to go for the free fire shots, and there we go. They take down all four on Kill for Fun, and real wacky situation. Lips does get flushed out by Benya. So AKA lose one, and now Tayson are crashing right in towards where AKA are again. Oh, early headshot from Dark Castle, and then straight into the rock. You need to hit another bullet. He's surviving on just one. All it would take is a little blow. Give him a kiss. Mwah. He would have gone down. You have Team Quesito. You have Rock over here. Brand, that is a Rock. That's RBN from Rock. Taking you out of the vehicle. see Danny going for the shots over towards Snakers as he's driving along the hilltop. Or they did lose one already. Cover and fire coming out from Snakers as the other two teammates do move forward. They start shooting at some people and then they hop right back into the vehicle and get out of there. Are we gonna go to El Azahar? We're gonna go north. We kind of just go further east, and Sharpshot and Wooly are gonna make their way over towards Iroh and Kane. Kawazine takes down Anubis with a squish to follow. We're just trying to take some pot shots over towards the members of the Wolves, and I don't know if that was the best decision that he could have made there. Like, those players probably would not have been paying attention to him. Where are the wolves going? Are they just going down into the valley? Kind of driving in circles. They're confusing me. Toyo. Spotting Bestia. Not shooting. The wolves driving past. Right into AKA. Dark Castle is here. Vox finds the headshots to take down the first. Falcon with the nade and the bullets to take down Vox. Seifu quickly gets the trade, and the Wolves should easily be back up to a 4-man. Triple X goes down to Fauna. Team Queso also get eliminated. Team Quesito. Shots going out towards Kane, but the headshot onto Lil Sweet. Good damage, Bestia. They don't stop here. They continue to go forward. Might want to leave that other player there, though. Hippo will be stuck on this side of the street. The Bestia takes right here. 15 seconds until the zone pops. We see whether all those teams in El Azahar are going to be really regretting their choice or not. Been going east so far. Is it going to continue? No, we go straight down to the south. So Bestia taking that spot are going to be super happy. Wolves, maybe a little bit disappointed that they didn't decide to take that spot where Bestia is. Blazer jumping off the zip line, possibly? Or is he coming back from beyond? Get whatever loot he can. Caution, they have a spot at the very edge of the zone. Athletes of Christ, they're doing some damage towards Duel. We also have 4-0 and Rock up towards the north. Meanwhile, everyone inside Azahar should be able to stay alive in this one. Athletes of Christ are very much crashing onto this, but the other two members of Duel hop in a vehicle, and now they just need to make it to their friendly side of the road. Rock, it looks like they're going up towards the hillside. Santasco has been taken down further back. The Rock might be able to kind of try and hold out 4-0, but it will be a 4v2 fight till RBN can reunite with the rest of the squad. Athletes of Christ go back out into the field for a second. And I'm not really sure why. I don't see any sort of competitive advantage they'd get from it. There's no one really around there to like hold out. All the rest of the teams are kind of like in the zone. Whereas if you had Haven go a little bit further down to the south and just like take some space, you might end up holding out caution a little bit. Sharp shot taking the shots in the back. Yeah, see if Haven's there or even a little bit further south depending on what he has for cover. I feel like that's a little bit better of a spot for him to play, to get info and take a little bit more space away because he still would have been able to, you know, see everything else that was around. Blue zone goes a little bit far. Vox gets an opening knock onto Zente with a nade, and Util still just getting traded both ways. And Vox, now he has a knock onto Rodriguez as Panadero. Panadero? I'm just now seeing that name. Did get a knock onto one. That nade's gonna go forward. It looks good. It is good. And the Wolves are able to hold on to their warehouse, but they still have to move a little bit further ahead. They did lose one player in the action, 4-0. Right on the edge of zone. Getting pushed by Rock and Sparking. The nade and the Og take down Sweezy and Moo. Now we have 9 teams left. Athletes of Christ, they're not in the zone. Neither is Caution. Boyo have a little bit of work to do, and the Wolves are in on the edge. 55 could be the hut corner here in a second. That's an Om shot that only did 49 damage. As it looks like Caution really is trying to actually pull up behind the members of Athletes of Christ. So Util is going to go out. A little bit of damage found. Aid in return finds just as much. Right now, I think Haven's winning the Util trade. Try and throw that one forward, and there we go. 125 damage, definitely going to be enough to get the knock onto Gordau. John Gordau. Haven takes a long-range shot from Aura. Rack is the forward player. 455. Snaker's trying to peek in there, see if there's anyone in the shack. I don't think he could tell because of the smoke. But it's Gabru that gets a knock onto Seifu. That nade coming forward does some good damage. Not able to get a knock, and now it's going to be Karak that somehow makes that run back over here before getting knocked by Snakers. Gabrugan shot in the back by Aura. Karak, I think you want to crawl over to the other side of the hay bales. Kawazine did get the knock onto Flood, and then he got the spray onto Snakers as well. Long range, doesn't matter. The Og decimates players. Iroh getting the knock onto Fauna after Fauna had taken down Sharp Shot. Nade goes out from Frogman as Toyo tried to crash over here. Vixen also gets taken down by Benya before Capitan is able to get an opening onto Pippa. Estia, they lose one, but they still are 3 strong. The shot's going out from Frogman. And Toyo gets eliminated in 7th. Duel, they have quietly taken a lot of damage and have no kills or anything to really show for this match so far. Iroh, almost made it around the corner, but Fauna does end up getting him in the back. I think he's going to be in a tough spot for the members of Duel to get. But now RBN taking shots over towards Athletes of Christ. I mean, this is the opening that you need if you want to try and go get your last player. Sharpshot is making the run over. The timing couldn't have been better. Rock here sitting at 9 kills. Kawazine, 6 of those 9. It's a 66% kill participation percentage for his team in this match. LFP1 just finishes off that kill onto Danny. 10 kills for them. Fauna, the one sitting at 4 kills. 55. They sent a player back to that shack yet again. When it's a double headshot from Kawazine to get the knock, and he throws a blue zone nade right afterwards to try and get the flush. They can be quite bouncy. We'll have to see if it actually hit. LFP1, though, hits the headshot onto Kawazine with the almost hits a second to follow it up. 3 gear and armor definitely making a difference so far in this match, though. Frogman knock and flush onto Andrew before getting his head Arv gets his head blown off by LFP1. Tony gets a knock onto Benya. Haven strikes. That's one player. He's got 3 players looking at him, and it's RBN that gets the knock onto Haven. So now you're going to see util usage coming down. Stun does go up and over towards Sharpshot. Sharpshot blind and taken down. Spray comes out towards RBN. 7 bullets left in the AWM. Is able to confirm the flush before getting taken down by RBN. Like any smokes for the side of Athletes of Christ. Shots go out towards Sparking. He does get taken down. That final bullet hitting his head as he was retreating. Kawazine try and go for the res. Now Kawazine finds the knock onto Kane. The Molotov going forward into the shack. Is it going to spread to Iroh? No, he jumps up on top of the box just in time. That nade finds good damage, though. Do they have any more that they'd be able to throw over there? Doesn't look like it. Like, Iroh is just going to be sitting there surviving for a little while. Who's going to end up getting the kill? Like, Rock, more likely. Iroh just doing a couple of quick peeks. Trying to... Oh my god, LFP1 hits another headshot with the AWM. Now it looks like they are on their way down the hillside. Are we going to see some sort of crazy shot coming out here from the AWM? Doesn't look like it. You only have 8 bullets in that gun. Haven pushing forward, finds the shots as Fauna. It has the covering fire. Sparking does end up taking down Tony. So Athletes of Christ, they made their dive down here. They may be getting the kills off of it. They also have to worry about the fact that Rock has a decent angle from the hillside into him as Vinny took down Haven before getting traded out by that M249. Athletes of Christ sitting at 15 kills. Rock aren't that far away themselves. There's 55 PD. Kind of sitting on the edge of zone. I feel like they've gotten their share of kills. Slowly over time. They've just kind of collected them when they were available. A lot of the times when some teams pushed over towards them. As, oh my god, LFP won another headshot with the this time onto Sparking. Sparking should be in a spot where he can get rezzed by his teammate. That will happen, but I'm sure he doesn't have a helmet anymore. They have a coupe, and that's all they have to try and send it down the hillside in. That's exactly what they are going to do. Emergency cover is coming out from 55, so they have something to play, and they can start spreading out along this hillside if they have more emergency cover that they can use. Because the members of Rock and Athletes of Christ are both on the same side of the road. Finn doesn't connect with anything. Sparking continuing to have a Panzer. Shots come out, and it's Sparking that gets the first knock onto LFP1 before Gabru from further up the hillside takes down Kawazine. Fauna finds Sparking before Gabru finds the last member. So Rock go down in third place. Athletes of Christ, they only have one player left. Gabru on that off angle is just finding absolutely everything they need. Those nades going forward, not really finding anything. That one could find a little bit more. They get the flush, and the other player going out into the blue zone because he knows 1v4 isn't very winnable from that position. 55 PD, 6 kills in the chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Athletes of Christ sitting at 16, Rock at 10 kills, and Copenhagen Wolves at 10 kills. There was only like 5 teams in that entire lobby that got any kills. That's absolutely insane. But we're gonna try and pump out a few more push-ups before we get the leaderboard out of the way. Oh, almost didn't get those 10 done. Oh. Now we go back to the leaderboard. Get my face cam out of the way. Rock sitting at the top, 75 points. Bestia in second with 64, 55 PD, rounding out the top 3 with 60 points. Those 3 are a little bit separated from the rest. We're gonna hello. Just didn't load. I was trying to pull back up the leaderboard. I don't know why it's being like this. I don't know why I'm having so much difficulty loading YouTube right now. Okay, well, go back to this for just a second. 425. Okay, there we go. Pause. So, those 3 are separated out a little bit from the rest of the leaderboard. Athletes of Christ, 4th place, 44 points. A whole lot of 4s right there. Copenhagen Wolves, 5th place with 38. Aura in 6th place with 37. Toyo and Tayson round out our top 8, both with 36 points. 4-0 starts off the best of the rest at 33 points. Duel, kind of when I feel like we get our next drop off. All of those teams are relatively close together. You have Duel sitting in 10th place at 29 points. Kill for Fun at 24 points in 11th. AKA in 12th place with 19 points. Followed up by our bottom 4 of Pest Control, Team Quesito, No Way, and Caution. But that is it for me. I appreciate everyone who stopped by. I appreciate all the follows, the gifted subs from McFly. Thank you so much. I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. We'll be right back here either tomorrow or Wednesday. I don't know if there's maintenance tomorrow, or if we're using event server. But hopefully we'll be right back here tomorrow, and we're going to be trying to do even more push-ups to get that 425 down a little bit further. I hope